the reigning Welsh Open champion and former Grand Prix winner, considered one of the best long potters in the game, all the way from Australia, the Melbourne machine, Neil Robertson.
Begin, Neil.
Thank you, Ray. Good evening, everyone. This is a match which brings together the last two winners of the Grand Prix in Aberdeen. Neil Robertson, who won the event last season, and Marco Fu, who beat Ronnie O'Sullivan in the final to win it just a couple of months ago.
Thank you. First frame, Neil Robertson to break.
Well, very poor start from Robertson with that break-off shot. Cue ball going the wrong side of the blue, catching the outside red much too thin. Still struggling to produce this season the form that he showed last season when he won not only the Grand Prix but the Welsh Open, the defence of which falls due in Newport next month.
Marco not tempted by this red on the left-hand side of the table, but, well, I presume that the black doesn't go, because Neil Robertson refusing it as well. Well, it's tight. Maybe both players thought, well, it's a difficult red to play and you have to be perfect on the black to pot it. This looks a good safety shot though, could be right behind the yellow, this.
Marco Fu up to 13th in the provisional world rankings, although no world ranking points at stake in this event, because for all its prestige and all its prize money, it is invitational. To be classed as a world ranking event, all 96 players on the main tour must compete.
Well, that looks quite a complicated way, but because he's so tight up behind the yellow, it cuts out the one cushion escape, and that's an escape that is favoured by a lot of the players. The only problem is that you just got to be careful you just don't slide off the bottom of the pack, and then you could leave a red. Over a minute, thinking time.
I don't think he's thought of your solution yet, John.
Well, he's had a look at the line of coming off the right-hand side cushion. So it looks the most obvious way to me. I'm not saying it's easy by any means. Still can't make his mind up. As we're coming up to nearly 2 minutes of thinking time. Well, he can just get past the yellow, so he's going to use basically the last couple of lines of the line I drew up. Just got to miss the blue. And that would have been perfect. Is it hard enough? Yes. Well played. Worth the wait.
Not tempted to try to get up tight behind the yellow. Content to roll to the baulk cushion.
Yes, he'd have liked to have covered the edge of these reds with the yellow though. So he's made this safety a little easier than it probably should have been. Bump of the middle pocket. But doesn't look to have done a lot of damage. Certainly not left anything easy on for Marco. He was a bit chilly today, Marco. I was in the hotel relaxing, watching that great match this afternoon. We had a fire alarm, and Marco went down in his t-shirt and tracksuit bottoms. Bad move, son. You know what England's like in January.
That's finished well. From Robertson's point of view. Wouldn't have expected it to finish so well.
Yeah, and because the reds are nicely spread here, this is not that easy to find a red to hit and get it safe. Now a lot of times we see the players playing the two cushion escape with pace, but I'm not certain that's on. There you see snookered on all balls. Well, he's trying the two cushion escape here with pace, but this isn't easy and he doesn't want to catch this red too thick. Which is exactly what he's done. He could have left the ready play, but I don't think that's on. But there may be another one to the left corner. But all things considered, you won't be too unhappy with that. Although Neil's having a look to see if this red cuts in the middle pocket. It's a very thin one.
One. Green ball. Neil Robertson, one.
Well, I'd be a bit annoyed if he's left a gap in between the green and brown here. Should have had Marco snookered there. There's a gap, isn't there? To one near the top cushion as well. So right hand side, half ball. Easy return back to baulk, you would have thought. You could say Neil Robertson missed the trick there.
Robertson has only one quarter-final to show from the first 4 ranking events of the season. Couldn't hit that much thinner, but it did just feather it. Was primarily playing a safety, but now the red's gone in. He wants to roll as tight as possible to the brown.
Oh, Michael Fu 1, Neil Robertson 4.
And in attempting to get to it as tightly as possible, he didn't reach. So Fu is in a self-inflicted snooker.
Yeah, we see that shot played so many times and it looks so easy. But as you say, Clive, it's important when you're playing that shot to get tight up behind the brown and cut off the one cushion escape. And I think the one cushion escape maybe isn't on for Marco here. He's got a big problem. I mean, you can guess on certain escapes and wondering which is the red I would consider that you could possibly hit and leave it as safe as you could hope for is the red on the left hand side of the table. That red there. But how do you get there? So he's trying to rest on the red that's near the top cushion here, but I'm not certain if he gets in behind this whether he leaves it safe or not. Well, he must have hit it, but he's not left it safe. He's left the red on, and I think the black may go in the opposite corner to the red that Neil's playing. Just flicked it. Yes, just rubbed past it, but not safe. And that was the intention. He was hoping to hit that red a little bit fuller. So not the best of chances. I was thinking the black may go into the opposite corner pocket, but the time that Neil's giving this, I can only assume it doesn't. If it did, it'd just be a straightforward run off the top cushion.
1.
Well, can he get to the black for the same pocket as the red? He's got the pink as a reserve. Just about. Just about get enough of this black, and in potting it would nudge the other red away from the black spot.
Well, that's what it looked like.
Yeah, he just played it so gently, didn't he? He didn't want to take a risk, and obviously the black spot is freely available.
8.
And the reds were spread nicely. We said that a few moments ago, so this isn't a bad chance.
Nine.
I assume he played for the pink, but he just overrun it slightly.
14. $15. 21.
Well, not ideal this in terms of position, unless after all there's a straight red to the corner. Well, there we are.
$22.
Yeah, I was not certain about that choice of red. He had another red to the right corner. He had to play with the rest, but he could have been screwing back a lot further down the table off other reds. Maybe would have loosened them up a bit, but he's got such great confidence in his potting ability. So it's blue to the far left corner. Needs a good pot, and he has a little bit to do with the cue ball for the next red. Played it well.
$27. 28.
Very consistent at that sort of pot.
$33. 34.
Good shot to get that red out of the way. The black now clearly goes into the right corner. He has to roll this black in to be on the next red. Excellent opportunity this.
$41.
A lot will depend really on the availability of those four reds to the right of the black. If they're all covering one another, there could be value in playing to pot this red, screw into them, you still be on the black. But he's not prepared to take that
42.
chance. Now, as long as he's got a nice angle on the black, he'll be able to manoeuvre the cue ball. As I say, these four reds, there you see, they're all covering one another. So he decided to play the cannon off the black and, well,
49.
if he can get the one nearest the right corner pocket, fine. If he can't, that's gone awkward.
Well, looks tight, but just on probably.
$50.
This blue, and one more red needed.
55.
And because he deeds only the single red, he can put all his concentration into the pot, which even from so close to the cushion is not that difficult.
56.
No need to strain for position, and in any case the position is okay. So Robertson has taken this framing opportunity pretty well.
63.
There are quite a few problems to solve during the course of it.
Neil Robertson, 63.
That should certainly be enough, and had the red gone in, I doubt that Fu would have returned to the table, but with two snookers to tie, assuming
One.
blacks from the remaining reds, he thinks it's worth a go, and also because it's the opening frame, it's a chance to play himself in a bit.
Eight. Nine.
Oh, well, that's the end of that. I was about to say the red next to the pink was inviting for snookering purposes in 3 or 4 shots time, but having to take the blue, and a good blue at that, puts him to 3 snookers needed.
14.
Unless, of course, Clive, he gets my infamous snooker and the free ball. I've been mentioning it now for, I don't know, it must be 15, 16 years. It never seems to happen, but it is possible that if he potted the black here, got a snooker, his opponent missed it and left a free ball, 1 snooker would be sufficient. Well, he could have done with screwing back a little bit. He's going to be hampered by the black.
22.
Well, slightly. But an easy snooker to start with. And he was trying to get it close to the yellow. I don't even think he's got the snooker now.
Another snookering chance. But it's well,
1.
this table is so lively that it's pretty difficult to have the delicacy of touch to get the cue ball right up against the intended snookering ball, and the red went in anyway.
Michael Fu, 6.
So even though he again attempts to lay a snooker, surely this frame is well beyond Fu's reach. Even with a free ball, it would only be 2 points for the extra yellow.
Yes, I think he can only be playing on now. I don't think there's any likelihood of him winning the frame. It's just, as you say, get a bit of table time, play his way in.
conceded. Frame Neil Robertson.
So, Fu concedes, largely through his 63 break. Robertson leads by a frame to nil.
Thank you. Second frame, Marco Fu to break.
Hawkeye's view. Which shows safety available. Opted for the containing safety because he was afraid of clipping either the red he played or clipping it onto another red into the vicinity of the left corner.
Having a look at this red near the left corner pocket. It's one of those, if you're going to play safe off it, you've just got to hit it. It's just as thin as if you're going to play the pot. So he may take the pot on here, but don't hit it too thick. Oh, hit it on the way up. Caught it on the way back. Trouble.
One.
Robertson certainly taking his time to consider all alternatives and do quite a bit of advanced planning, but there's nothing wrong with that. And normally he'd be well inside 30 seconds a shot.
Yeah, I was just thinking to the first time he ever appeared here. I remember he played Jimmy White raw then. That's all he was. All he had then was a potting game.
7.
I remember some of the shots he went for. It was just unbelievable, but he's a lot more mature now, and he knows that once you get chances like this, don't make any careless slips, and that in a way just slows a player down, just looking for the right shot to play. But as you say,
13.
Clive, once he gets into full stride, he's quite a quick player.
Sure. 14.
Michaela Tabb called into action to clean the cue ball after that kick. Michaela has been awarded the final. Certainly a step forward for womanhood in its modest way. But fully deserved.
20.
She's become a very reliable referee. Officiated at her first world ranking final at the Welsh Open last February.
21.
Yes, and there's quite a few young girls coming through who are following suit. She's been an inspiration to a lot of young ladies who fancy being referee.
$26. $27.
Oh, he had a nice angle there on the pink to
Particularly.
play for the red along the top cushion, so it just shows you a good potter like Neil Robertson, and he's not prepared to play for one of those type of pots, particularly not early on in the break.
34.
I think the reason he was keeping that particular red there for a while because was holding the pink spot. But he's got a nice angle here to pot the pink, come off the top cushion into the pack of reds with pace. That's the sort of line he's looking for. And he didn't catch the first red full, which is good because then it springs off. I thought he might have hit the other side, but just that little bit of bend on the cue ball. It just releases the cue ball from the pack of reds. So if you've knocked anything on, you're going to be in the open to play it. And now he's picking up the pace, as he did in the first frame, taking these opportunities very well.
$47. $53. 54.
The cannon on the second red means that he doesn't have ideal position, but even so, I can't see this being a problem to the young Australian. So just red colour red required.
$60.
Isn't this just typical of the game of snooker, Clive? We're seeing a lot of Neil Robertson. We've not seen much of Marco. We've not had a chance yet.
66.
Not had a chance to get his hand on the table. No, not while the frame was alive anyway.
67.
The applause acknowledges that Robertson is going to be 2-0 up.
73. 74.
Yes, Foo's 6-2 victory over Steve Davis was assisted by a large number of errors, some of them quite shocking,
81.
from the 6 times world champion.
82.
It's so much easier if your opponent can make a few mistakes and leave you in the balls, but no semblance of a mistake yet from Robertson.
89. 90. 96.
Certainly didn't intend to leave the cue ball as close to the red as that. Raising the cue in the air to cut down the possibility of a push shot. And so he's still in with a chance of a century.
This could be the leader for the highest break in the tournament so far. We've had a couple of times we thought we may see maximums, but that's not been the case. And it's £10,000 for the highest break. I was talking to Ryan Day when he nearly made the maximum the other day, and he decided to go for the difficult black. He thought it was £2,000 for the highest break. He'll be checking it in future. He could have played the green or maybe the brown and made a 144. Well, that's careless.
Yes, it was, but I don't think that even the clearance of 131 would have been good enough for the £10,000. However, 118 is certainly good enough to take Robertson into a 2-0 lead.
Thank you. Frame 3, Neil Robertson to break.
Fu potted an exceptionally good long red from Robertson's break-off shot. Cue ball left an awkward thin cut on the black, but he knocked that in as well. Pity about that. That was a nicely played cut. Potted it as slowly as he dared, but still couldn't hold the cue ball short of the baulk line.
Microphone 9.
Fu 2-0 down, but with a 100% pot success rate. However, the balls he's potted were unimportant at the end of a frame. That one was, and it was a difficult one from distance, knowing that he was going to leave Robertson another red if he missed.
1.
Yeah, there was a lot of pressure on that shot. He's not really had any table time in the first couple of frames, and he knew he had to get that one. There you see, 2/3 to Robertson, a third of it to Marco Fu. As we were saying before, he started off a bit pedestrian, Neil Robertson, but once he gets in full swing, he can wrap up frames in no time at all. And this is another golden opportunity. The way he's performed in the first 2 frames, you wouldn't be surprised if he didn't take it.
Nine.
Pink spot not available.
15.
So pink replaced on the highest available spot.
16.
Slight kick, but didn't materially affect the position.
Twenty-three. $24.
Well, this is form of an altogether higher order than Robertson managed to summon before Christmas. His safety has been just about watertight, and he's not missed anything of any importance. 97% pot success. %, of his safety shots have not led to Fu potting the ball.
31.
Intended to be on the outside red to right corner there, but again a kick has taken a little bit of speed out of the cue ball, so he's got to rely on a long pot to keep going.
$38.
We've seen 2 frame winning breaks from Robertson, 63 and 118. The position of the balls has the potential to make this a third.
39.
Well, not the best positional shot. Okay, he's on the brown, but the cue ball's a lot closer to the cushion than he would have liked. And I don't think the next red is that obvious. Okay, we've got the red on the right-hand side of the table. There's a way you can get on that just by staying up near the blue. But anything else is a problem. Oh, he's playing the yellow. He's got to avoid a kiss on the green. and had to play it very hard, and that was all because of his poor positional
Neil
shot.
Robertson,
And it seemed to be
39.
building. He played a bad positional shot off the black that sent him up to the balk end, and that shot there wasn't very good. And what the big problem with this, he played for the brown, but because he was so close to the cushion, he decided, well, maybe better off playing the yellow, but he had to put a lot more pace in to the shot than he needed. Now this is a big, big chance for Marco Fu. The first two frames, Robertson won them in one visit. This time he's made a mistake. Marco has got to punish him now.
Intended to leave the red straight at a left middle. This is a test, though, that players have to pass at top level, come to the table stone cold, not having had a decent chance for 3/4 of an hour, and suddenly you've got to produce. Lost position for the middle pocket pot, but rescued it with that solid pot to the far corner.
Yeah, it looks as though there's a red available into the left corner here without having to do much with the cue ball. Big frame now, this for Marco.
15. 16.
So those two reds now tickled into nice positions as Fu continues to pursue a winning clearance.
$22. 23. $30. 31. 38.
Well, he's just got to be careful here. No silly mistakes. He's got a 8-point lead. So these two reds, pink and black. And he may
39.
want to go up for the brown off the last red. But he won't need the blue, which makes his task that little bit easier. .points to lead.
46.
As I say, the reason if he had an opportunity, you'd go up for the brown, it'd just be that much easier to get on the yellow. But looking at the potting angle, he may not have that option. Now he'll have to play for the pink here.
47.
Now that's okay, but the yellow and green are in close proximity to one another, but he needs a good angle on the yellow. If he doesn't get the right angle, he'll have a problem getting on the green. This could be the key shot. Well, straight on the yellow won't be too bad, I don't suppose. You see, it's just the wrong side. He's going to have to run off the side cushion for the green in the same pocket.
55.
But he's played it nicely. Looks at the scoreboard. Just the green needed.
Fu, frozen out for 2.5 frames, has made a very creditable response from his first decent chance of the match.
62.
Yes, and his first real opportunity to make his opponent aware that he was there. And as you say, Clive, he's taken these really well. This is good play from Marco.
67.
We'll have a very enjoyable match this evening here now.
$73.
Robertson missed on 39. Fu cleared with 80. But Fu still trails by 2 frames to 1. Good match player, isn't he, Fu, John?
Yes, I think he's always had that type of game that, you know, he'd be a good safety player, good tactician, but I think with that type of play you're going to improve over the years. You're getting more experience. I think some people, young players, come along and really their only strength they have is the potting and break building. And if you are a player like Marco Fu that plays good safety, as I say, I think it just then takes a few years just to really come to fruition. So it might be that he's taken 11 years to came on the scene, did really well, and it's taken him a few years now to get back to that. But I think now he's back to that. I think he's one of those players that will hover and be in the top 16 for many years to come. He's got a good temperament and a good solid game.
Thank you. Frame 4. Marco Fu to break.
Hawkeye's view shows a red to that corner, but very little chance of position. Possible safety the other side. Maybe with his cue power he can power in this long red and leave blue to middle. Oh, well struck, sweet as a nut. Trademark long red from Robertson.
It's one of those where he's hit it too well. There was a choice of reds to the right corner. And when you have to force it round the angles like that, you're a little unlucky to find the top cushion. Cued it really well, but just overdid it.
Neil Robertson, 6.
Ultra thin contact for that safety shot, and Michaela Tabb was in the perfect position to see that there was a contact, as she has been with 2 previous shots this evening where the contact was almost invisible to the naked eye. So it's no good being on the wrong side of the table and wondering, did he hit it, didn't he? There's an art in positioning for the referee. Although it's a good length safety, I don't think it'll be a great problem for Robertson to return the cue ball into baulk. But it was more of a problem than I thought, because that was much too thick.
The commentator's curse, eh, Clive?
Yes, yes. I mean, he didn't have to hit it ultra thin.
No, I think the main problem was that red on the right-hand side of the tail, a bit like a magnet, and of course he was tight against the baulk cushion. How many times do we say that if you get that cue ball tight on the baulk cushion, then you're always likely to force a mistake from your opponent. But no, it was a badly hit safety. I'm sure you'd have played it a lot better, Clive.
I think I would have done 30 years ago.
The commentator's curse, it's amazing, isn't it?
Seven. 8. 14.
For someone of Marco's style of play, let's put it this way, he's got
15.
this, doesn't have a lot of cue action. This is perfect. Just playing around the pink here, little stuns and screws. Cue ball doesn't have to travel more than a foot at any one time, so this is an excellent opportunity. See that very little, and just draw it back, pause, push the cue through straight. Won't be even considering the black at the moment. I think
21.
the black is available, but I'm sure he's quite happy playing with the pink at the moment. See no reason to take on a
22.
what could be a risky type of black. He's in the pink, and he'll want to stay that way.
28.
Just a couple of very short preliminary addresses.
29.
And then back not too far and a nice straight stroke. Reminds me a bit of how
35.
you used to play, John, with those very short preliminary addresses.
Yes, there is a problem, and I don't know whether Marco's ever had it. I know Dave Harold has had it, that sometimes when
36.
you get a little bit of tension in the arm, it can almost stop completely. And so I'm not really in favour of having no sort of movement of the cue. Frank Cowan, who's coached to Steve Davis and Stephen Hendry, used to call it the waggle.
41.
He's got a good waggle. That was my impression of someone who comes from Preston, sorry. Yeah, but I think if you can find a happy medium, you know, we hear about, we were talking about Mark Selby last night, how he's reduced his backswing, and Ken Doherty is saying that he's reduced his slightly. There's no need for these big looping swings. They're all right on the practice table. When there's a little bit of tension in the arm, then if there's a fault there, it will certainly find it out. But as I said, that was the only thing I found with a very little cueing action. Sometimes when you get under pressure,
48.
it can just freeze up. And it's a horrible feeling.
I can hear Frank Callan now. Get some movement in the cue. 86 years of age now, but the father of modern coaching.
Yeah, but Frank, I mean, because we discussed my cue action with Frank Callan, and he thought for these type of situations in amongst the balls, it was perfect. It was perfect. He just questioned it on some of the longer shots. Anyway, he played a little cannon there, Marco, and I'm not certain whether he's developed these reds. He's having a close look now. He just wanted to knock the red he made contact with towards the top cushion, but it's nestled on the other one. Well, certainly the right-hand side one won't go. Will the other one pot? Could make a big difference, this. Oh, I think it can. I think he can just stun the black in. I think he can get enough of that right-hand red. Yes, he can. He's okay.
Foo up to 98% pot success rate. Robertson 96. Very high standard. Well, you were very confident he was all right, but maybe it's tighter than it looks from here.
Well, I think once he's made the decision that he could hit enough of the red, he's played for it, and now he's not too sure. It looked as though he could see enough to me.
57.
Is that what they call the commentator's eye?
Yes. Yeah, he got me worried for a moment. Anyway, he's nicely on the pink. And that pink now puts him 57 points in front.
63.
Possible 67 on the table at the moment, but that really just equates to a red and a colour. And this match will be all square at the mid-session interval. Good standard, good play from both players.
64.
And I'd be very surprised now if we didn't see our second century break of the evening. Top quality.
That makes both those reds potable. Fu, one of 22 players to have compiled a century of centuries. His own total, though, remains at 139. Should be enough, though, to level at 2-all.
Neil Robertson decided to play on. It's just, well, the reds are there to get the blacks and then 2 snookers, so yeah, you can't blame him for playing on. Get at least 3 reds, 3 blacks, and then maybe think about a snooker off the last red. It's not beyond the realms of possibility. Frames like this have been won before.
I think I mentioned the other day, the highest break that's been made by the loser of a frame is 80 by Neil Folds against Willie Thorne, and in fact it was 10 reds, 10 blacks.
I can't believe Willie would play on from that situation, Clive.
9.
And he won it. I forgot to ask him about it. I definitely will. But yeah, so that basically put Neil 80 in front with 67 left on the table.
16.
Right.
Neil Robertson, just have a look at the situation. He's got to take this red, he's got to take a black. He's now looking where he, after he's potted the red and the black, where he'd like to leave the cue ball to play the snooker on the last red, which will be the one on the left hand side of the table.
$17. $24.
And of course there's our old friend a snooker and a free ball off the last red, which would mean that Robertson could win with 1 snooker.
Neil Robertson, 24.
That was his first good chance. Now is it there? And right down the line at this, and I think there's just a little bit of the red sticking out. Get out of the way, Marco. He wouldn't get out of the way, would he? But there's just a little bit of this red sticking out for me. Good hit. Obviously when you play that type of shot, a little bit worried. There was only a little bit of the red and he's frightened to make contact with the blue, but he's played it well. He's got a snooker in actual fact. Now, will the blue come to Neil Robertson's aid? Not quite. Well, it's decision time here for Neil. I know we think of the keep the last red on the table, possible free ball, but I don't know. Good an opportunity this is. I'd be inclined to pot this red, pot the black, and try and get on a snooker on the yellow. snooker behind the green. Now, the ideal place to leave the cue ball for the type of shot he's looking for is about there. Now, whether he can get up there, because he's come a bit too straight. Well, he couldn't. But that's where you'd like to be. Then you just stun the yellow up the table, play a snooker behind the brown. He may have to pot the yellow here. Well, has he made a conscious decision to clear up as much as he can? Let's have a look. 31. Pots the green, pots the brown.
13.
Oh. Green brown puts him 24 behind. So, well, surely he's not thinking of one snooker on the pink to tie.
17.
Well, it's all eggs in one basket if he is.
Well, you know what I think about trying to get snookers on the pink, Clive. I think you get one opportunity. And if you don't get it first time around, you don't get another one. Because your opponent will just keep rolling the pink in the jaws of any pocket. So I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, I could understand it if one snooker off the blue to tie would do it for him, but it doesn't. So one snooker on the pink. As I say, I think you get one chance. I'd rather leave the blue on and play for two snookers. At least you've got two balls to snooker behind. With the pink on, obviously only the black.
.22.
And that was a friendly angle to try to play off the blue behind the black. Well, you said you've only had one try, and it's a very good one.
It's absolutely top draw. Because he had to play it with a lot of left-hand side. It was an unusual way of playing it. A lot of people might have, but he knew he had to get tight up behind the black. And watch the left-hand side. How it drifted it over, played it a perfect weight. That was a tremendous shot. And there's room round this pink. There's plenty of ways you can go here. But there's room around it. And I don't think the one cushion escape is on. That's one way. But there's plenty of room round the back of this pink. And of course, if he misses it, Neil Robertson can draw this frame with the pink and black. There's room round it.
Well, Neil Robertson 6.
Well, a few minutes ago, Fu was in with a 71 break, apparently heading for a century. But now he could lose the frame. However, from that unsuccessful attempt, he hasn't left anything inviting for Robertson. So uninviting, in fact, that Robertson has put Fu in again.
Yeah, don't blame him. This is not the easiest safety shot to play off the pink. 13 points in front. 13 points on the table. And when you're playing some of the potting prowess of Neil Robertson, you know you've got to get it ultra safe. Well, I think we'll see the Melbourne potting machine go for this. I'll be surprised if he doesn't. It's a tough pot. He's got to put a lot of pace into the cue ball to get back for the black. But it's just the type of shot he could take on. He's having a look at the possibilities of the safety. But the cross double, to me, Clive, you'd have to hit the cross double too thin. You'd lose control of the cue ball. And you might just leave the pink. For me, the way he plays the game, it's the pot.
Well, he had the necessary cue power to get the cue ball back towards the black, and the shot that he's left Fu is certainly not easy. Ping for game and 2-all. Well, that was pretty cool. So it looked as if Fu could make a 71 break and lose the frame, but in the end he managed to win it. It's 2-all at the mid-session interval. Too big to put in the glass. Anyway, play resumes after the mid-session interval. Just the sort of break-off shot you don't want to make, leaving your opponent half ball red. At a natural angle to get the cue ball round behind the back of the black. And despite the fact that it was a long pot, he played it in the expectation of getting it. If he'd been hedging his bets, the cue ball would have been a lot nearer the baulk line. But he's overrun that positional shot.
6.
Yes, and by so much that he's going to have a problem here getting on a colour. He's definitely going to cannon into that cluster just below the pink. Well, there's a possibility he could retain position on the black. Oh, and it worked out perfectly as it turned out. He'll be happy with that now, and he's brought a few reds into play nicely on the black. Just got that backspin, you see. When it hit the red, it just went forward for a fraction, and the backspin took over, and he couldn't have wished for better. Now he's happy he overran his positional shot.
14. $15.
Didn't bounce the cue ball as far off the cushion as he would have liked. Yes, relied on the natural angle for the cannon, but first glance
22.
there doesn't seem to be anything on. A plant may be a possibility, but it would be much easier to make it if he was right behind it.
Yes, I think he's just looking at the plant. Don't be surprised though if the cue ball finishes very close to the baulk cushion. I don't think he'll be going all out for a position on a colour off this. Well, he did go all out for it, and I'm a little bit surprised. It wasn't an easy plant, and that was a dangerous choice of shot. I felt certain then he'd have gone up to the baulk cushion in case he missed it, but he went all out for it, kept the cue ball this side of the baulk line, and left certainly a pot to the right corner. I don't know which one he can, or if there's only one he can play the pot on. He was very fortunate there, Marco. He just left Neil hampered by the brown. If he hadn't have been, I feel certain he'd have knocked that red in. Just striking down, and it's very difficult because you haven't got the cue ball and object ball in your eye line.
Eight. Nine. Sixteen. Seventeen. 24.
Had a brief look at later reds there.
$25.
Well, didn't screw back quite as far as he would have liked. I thought there was a red he could have played for in the left corner, but if he's going to play for that now, he's going to have to play with sides. So I would imagine now he'll play the cannon. He'll come off the top cushion and run into those two reds. That's the type of shot he'll be thinking of here. Needed to catch them both together, but he's okay. He's hit the red on the right hand side of the two and developed that for the middle.
32.
Just need to catch both reds together and then it would have opened up everything. But he'll be happy just to be on this red. Nice angle just to run through for the pink.
33.
And at the moment, Clive, you have to say the way Marco's played since he lost the last two frames, you don't fancy him missing anything. The only time I fancy him breaking down is if he runs out of position.
Well, this is very much like the way Fu played against Ronnie O'Sullivan in beating him in the
39.
Grand Prix final in Aberdeen, when he heavily exploited virtually every decent chance.
$47.
So only needs this red.
48.
The round of applause recognises the significance of that shot.
Obviously he spotted a plant here. Oh yes, unmissable.
55.
So after dropping the first two frames
61.
to Robertson's breaks of 63 and 118, Fu has put together a trio of frame winners, 80, 71, and now this effort. Out of position, but far too late to make any difference to the outcome of this frame.
Michael Fu, 69, and Mifflin.
So with that 69 break, Michael Fu leads Neil Robertson by 3 frames to 2.
We had a match this afternoon where it looks very similar at the moment. Ken Doherty playing Mark Williams. Mark Williams got off to a flyer on the first 2 frames and never won another one.
No, lots of frame-winning breaks in that match. And one factor in that, apart from the skill of the players, is that we've had comparatively few kicks.
I know a few of the players have complained about unusual bounces off the cushion, but Peter Ebden last night said he thought the table was a beautiful pace, and the table's playing well, the players will play well.
Game 6. Michael Fu, Tipley.
Tough shot. As is this. Hit that extremely accurately and a bit too sweetly, in that he screwed back slightly into baulk rather than leaving the cue ball short of the baulk line.
Neil Robertson, 1.
Well, he's got the snooker, but you'll be amazed if Marco Fu didn't escape and left anything. Big target, easy hit. I think Neil there was hoping for a touching ball, but referee Michaela Tabb didn't please him by calling one. Now you're seeing it isn't. Is it now? No. Well, I don't think there's an escape to the baulk end, so I think Mark will just have to do the same here. A little bit of tip-tapping.
Touching ball.
Now it's a touching ball. Now we can get back to normality. Well, he's had a good close look here, Neil, where he'd like to leave the cue ball. I don't think it's one of those situations where you can put your opponent in a lot of trouble. Just find the baulk cushion for me, as tight as you can get it. That'll do. Gives Marco a choice here. He either plays off the main bunch of reds that's in the middle of the table, which would bring reds into play, or the one that's to the left of the bunch, hit that thin. Depends on how confident he feels on getting back to the baulk end. Is it a thick one or a thin one? Well, ooh, nearly a snooker. That could be a more telling safety shot. He's covered the left-hand side of the table as we look. Marco's right. So he can't get down the right-hand side of the table as Marco looks. In fact, he'll do well to get this back to baulk. I think he's just playing a containing safety here, is he? Yep. I think it's a shot you can play because the black's tied up at the moment. So quite a cautious opening to this 6th frame.
Winner of this match to play either the world champion John Higgins or the runner-up here last year, Ronnie O'Sullivan, Ding Junhui. A minute's thinking time.
Yeah, he must be seeing a problem that I can't see. It looks an easy clip off this red. Oh, he was concerned that red might go over the corner pocket. And as it happened, flick off the green, give him a reasonably good white. And it's also opened the black up a little bit. Nothing there that would tempt Marco, mainly because it wouldn't have a path back to the balk end. This is a good shot. Good line, good length, well played. What's Neil Robertson going to have to do here to get this safe? Well, he can just get to the edge. I wonder whether the brown was in the way. Catch this thin, the one near the blue. Ooh, and he didn't catch it thin enough. You lucky lad.
There's not only left nothing on, but it's not going to be easy for Fu to put him in trouble again. Very lucky to get away with that. However, after some thought, Fu has got Robertson thinking again. Fu was very careful to cover the red nearest the left corner.
Yes, he's certainly calling the shots at the moment, Marco. Now there's a situation. He can't get to the one to the left corner, as you say. The one, I don't know, the one that's near the pink could possibly cut in. The only reason I mention that is because sometimes when you're in this type of position, after looking at all the safety options, you think, well, is there a chance of me potting my way out of trouble? And the one next to the pink does pot into the left corner. But whether you'd fancy it, whether you'd have to hit it so thin you'd kiss the pink as well, I don't know. But there you see, it does go. If there's no safety, might as well put all your hopes into a pot. Well, he didn't play the pot. He played it thicker, and that was an excellent shot. It's not safe, but it's as good as he could have hoped for. He's left a red on here to the left corner. I think Marco just having a look, if he plays this red, can he avoid the kiss on the pink? If he can, he'll certainly play it, because the cue ball will be going back to the balk end. But as I say, that was a terrific shot, that, from Neil Robertson. I was mentioning earlier his first time here, well, 2004 he played Jimmy White. So he didn't play the pot on that, he played to hit it into the red on the top cushion to stop that red, and found the path back to the balk end. Not a shot he could have even thought of when he first appeared here in 2004, when he lost in the first round to Jimmy White. He was just a potter and nothing else. But last season, as is well documented, he won 2 ranking events, and you don't do that just being a potter. So his all-round game has improved.
Can only think of a containing safety, but it may not contain Robertson. There is a red to right middle and also a clip to right corner. Well, having missed the pot, it hasn't turned out too badly for Robertson. He's still got Fu on the defensive. From that defensive shot, it looks as if Robertson can get the cue ball somewhere towards the balk cushion. The only snag being that the cue ball is rather closer to the red than he would like. Some very good safety been played here on both sides. There's attacking safety to get your opponent in trouble, and there's defensive safety to keep him from getting a potting opportunity.
Yes, reasonable safety that. There is a pot on to the left corner, but with that cue ball being close to the balk cushion, it's not easy, and you can't do a lot with the cue ball. If he went for the pot, he'd have to go for it, knowing he'd be trusting to luck for position, and of course it's a dangerous red should you miss it. But is there an alternative? I can't see one. I think he's going to have to take this pot on and trust to luck. But the most important thing, don't miss the pot.
Well, mission accomplished as far as the first objective was concerned. Not the kindest of kisses for position.
Neil Robertson won.
Nearly 18 minutes play in this frame and only 2 reds potted. Such has been the tightness of the safety. Well, he was afraid of that.
Yeah, just caught that a little too thin. It doesn't offer a great opportunity here for Neil. He's just looking now. The red he was pointing the cue at is the one he's going to play. He's looking to see if he could play a cannon to maybe develop the pink. But if he doesn't, there'll be no other colour to go at. Thinking about the cannon so much, missed the pot.
So that failure leaves Fu in close.
One.
Black not available at the moment. But still a useful chance.
He's obviously come too straight on the pink, so all he can do is just knock it in. And he was wondering what sort of an angle that would leave on the next red. The problem he's got with this red, there's 2 reds on the left hand side of the table which he'd like to avoid, but I don't think he can. So he's going to have to try and judge the cannon on one of them, probably the one furthest up the table, closer to the left middle pocket. But if he played it with a bit of pace, he'd be unlucky, even if he wasn't on the pink, not to be on the yellow or blue. But as I say, it's a cannon he can't really avoid.
8.
Well, he caught the other red. Could have got into that more and caught the red furthest away. I thought that would have been a better option. He's still got a chance of the black, but an easy snooker behind the green. And that's the choice. He finished short with one of those early on this evening, but not that one. And Neil Robertson 3-2 behind and in big trouble in this frame.
Big trouble because the reds are open.
just looking at if he rested on that red near on the left-hand side of the table, whether he would leave anything on. From our position, it looks as though he would. But it looks as though this is the red he's going to play. That doesn't get there, does it? Or does it? Or does it? Well, a lovely touch. A lovely touch. Now, he seems to be of the impression that if he left the cue ball there, he wouldn't leave anything on. I thought he would. Let's have a look from this right corner pocket. Well, he certainly left that red on. And possibly another one that was lower, so there's a couple of reds, but he obviously thought if I leave it near the side cushion, then it won't be easy to pot the red and get on a colour, and that could be the case. He's not certain to be on the pink here.
One.
Oh, but he's played that really well. That was a superb shot from Marco. Well played.
Seven. Eight.
It's possible to win the frame with red pinks here. It would be better if blue was on its spot as a fallback colour, if he didn't keep getting pink ball position, but still a good chance.
Fourteen. Fifteen.
Sure, he was hoping to be on the blue there, but he'll settle for the green. As long as he's not too straight. Shouldn't be too bad. Well, straight enough to be able to do something with it. I just wondered whether it'd be the wrong side to maybe kiss the brown. That's a nice little flick off the yellow.
18.
Yes, he wanted to get the blue back on its spot to give himself more options for colours.
19.
Not perfect on this pink, but he's always got that red near the right corner pocket, which he can easily play for. Well, he's obviously spotted another red that will go into the right corner as well. And when he
25.
has got in these positions, you really fancy him making the most of the opportunity. He's not looked like missing anything easy.
$26. 32. $33. 39.
Closing in on a 4-2 lead.
40.
Yes, after this pink, just one more red will be required. There you see it, 52 ahead, 59 remaining.
46.
Pot this red, to be 53 ahead with only 51 left.
$47.
So Robertson looks as if he's going to lose a fourth frame in succession after leading 2-0 in the face of this extremely consistent break making
53.
from Fu,
54.
who has made frame winners of 80, 71 and 69 in the last 3 frames. Intending to leave himself a chance to develop
61.
the awkward red. Very, very consistent potting.
67. 68.
Needs to take blue or black if he's to make the 100.
$73. 75. 78.
Lengthy safety duel at the start of this frame. After 17 minutes, only 2 reds had been potted.
82.
But when this chance came along, Fu has accepted it
87.
in full measure.
Yeah, and there was a certain
90.
inevitability about it, wasn't there, when he got in? You just fancied him. So this black for a spot-on century.
Fu was 2-0 down, but now leads 4-2. We'll have more commentary when he returns to the arena.
Thank you. Frame 7, Neil Robertson to break.
Snookered on all reds from the break-off shot.
Foul and a miss. Neil Robertson 6.
The glancing escape was meant to be off the red, not the pink.
It's not a free ball, so I'll have it replaced. Yeah, it was only a fraction off there, Marco, wasn't he?
And if it had have been a free ball, it would have created the chance of a break greater than 147, because the free ball making the extra red in a colour, you can make 155. That doesn't crop up very often.
No.
Only about 2 or 3 times a season, but it has been done in practice. Jamie Cope has had a 155 and also a 151.
Neil, okay.
It'll happen one day, Clive. Well, he deserved a bit of luck. That time he caught it perfectly. Although you could say a little bit too much pace in the shot, but the rattle of the jaws kept the cue ball on that ball cushion. So, well, he's playing the pot here. He's got to hit this thin. Want to hit it too thick, he'd kiss the black. Didn't kiss the black, but nowhere near back to the balk end. This is a chance for Marco, this red, in the middle of the table into the left corner. I know he's looking at one in the right corner, but I don't think he's even looked at the one in the left corner. But he must be happy with this one. And as I say, he's not missing much.
1.
Fu's pot success rate has crept up to 96%, which is very good indeed. Robertson has potted only 2 balls in the last 3/4 of an hour. That was meant to be a pack opener.
Yeah, we've seen a few of those that have been missed, and it is a big target. You've got to get a little bit more backspin on the cue ball. And of course they're trying to stun it onto the cushion to inject a little bit more pace, but you need a bit more backspin. And maybe a little bit more right hand side. Oh, he's looking at this one to the far left corner. It's awkward cueing. Oh, superb shot. Superb shot.
Well, he can't miss.
It looks that way at the moment, Clive. Although, as we say about our commentators, curves, maybe we shouldn't say it. We could stop a bull elephant, couldn't we?
Nine. 10.
Nicely judged cannon to knock one red away from the other to leave it potable.
70.
Yeah, it was always going to be low on this red. Now, it all depends how he decides to play this. He's going to play a little stun off the bunch to remain on the
18.
black. And as long as it doesn't go too close to the cushion, that's not bad. He'd love to have had his hand on the table for this type of shot. May just play up for the red that's closest to the blue here. Depends on the potting angle. But he'd like to have his hand on the table. Yeah, maybe the one near the blue. And injecting that little bit of extra pace caused him to miss the black. And I can't remember him missing many. But it was just because he had to play round of two cushions. You don't see a lot of emotion from Marco, but disappointed to miss that.
Well, you've got to miss one eventually, and he had made 4 frame winners, 80, 71, 69 and 100 first.
One.
It was in fact the first black that Fu has missed in this match. He's potted 20 out of 21.
Yeah, and as I say, we don't see a lot of emotion, but when he missed the black, he jumped up. Well, it's a shock to his system, the way he's been playing. But now, this is the old story. We talked about it when Marco Fu was 2-0 behind. Neil Robertson now in that position. He's had very little to go at in the last 4 frames. A chance now to re-establish himself. He's going to have to play the cannon. There's maybe one loose red, but he can't guarantee being on that off this blue. And he's got the perfect angle to cannon into the pink here. Well, would you believe it? In the end, he decided to play for the loose red and put every bit of concentration into the position and missed the blue. Nah. No good that, Neil.
At least he didn't leave anything that was worth going at.
Yeah, but it's amazing, isn't it, with that blue? You know, he's dropped 4-2 behind. You'd have thought he'd have been trying to make things happen rather than just make the blue more difficult and just play for one loose red. You know, he's got to start making things happen here. He just can't rely on mistakes from Marco Fu because there's been very few.
He's been assisted by a kind run on the ball there, though. Kiss off the yellow, leaving Fu in difficulty.
Well, it's something I never thought. I was looking at Hawkeye there, and he can't just get past the green, so he's trying his 2 cushion escape to flick that red just behind the pink. Oh, and did as he did last time. Just missed the red, flicked off the pink. The last time he had that similar type of shot. Neil looking at the scoreboard, wondering whether to have the balls replaced. I'd be amazed if he doesn't.
Well, Fu, above all, doesn't want to cannon the red too thick, so it had to be a thin clip on the red or nothing.
Can you tell me who?
Now that pink is just a little bit further over. And the reason I know that is because previous, if he could have just got past the green, there was a chance of snicking that red.
Was that there, Jan?
Just a little bit further
This
over
way.
to your right. We made Michaela disappear there. Did you see that? There, she's back. A little bit more over to the right. No, the other way. The other way. Fire. It's like the golden shot. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's okay.
Oh yeah, I just put that's okay. That I've not attempted that one yet.
And now for the cue ball. Meanwhile, this is something I prepared earlier. As long as he's got the path to play off the two cushions, Marco won't be too bothered. But as I say, there was a possibility he could have just swerved, I thought, slightly around the green. But it's the same shot. Now, the last time he did this, when he hit the pink first time, the next time he hit the red perfect. The one who hit it thick wants to hit it thin. And he's hit it perfect again. Good shot.
Oh, that was a bad shot. There was plenty of room down that side.
Just signs he's beginning to struggle. As you say, there was plenty of room in between the red and the cushion. Hit the red full ball. I think this red that Marco was playing safe off could possibly cut, but the cue ball would be running loose and he didn't want to risk it. And at the moment, oh, where's the cue ball going? Okay. I feel at the moment, Clive, that he doesn't feel as though he has to take any chances. The chances will come automatically.
Well, that's how it looks, but it could change round. A couple of decent shots and Robertson could settle again. He's just got to hang on in this rocky patch he's having. At least he didn't cannon a ball that time, but didn't strike the best of lengths with the safety.
Yeah, there is a pot to the left corner, but there's an easy safety shot. And as I say, at the moment, I think Marco's of the mind that just play steady, opportunities will come.
But that was not the telling safety that Fu was looking for.
As the brown come to Neil's rescue, there is a red that is cuttable into the right corner, but the brown may just have come to the... Well, has it? can just get through to it, can he? It's mighty tight. Let's have a look. Well, maybe the brown just covers the edge. So he's playing safe. Too thin. Much too thin. Had a result kissing the yellow.
Has not only left nothing but given Robertson a problem. It doesn't look any more inviting from the other end of the table, the players' end.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I suppose you could drop on this red that's near the right corner pocket if you were trying to be player containing safety. That's one way. It'd have to be the perfect speed, because if you just caught that red a little bit too hard, you could leave another red to the left corner. But unless he wants to pot his way out of trouble, that's about as good as it gets for me. Well, he's thought of something else. He's got to catch this just right. And he did. Good shot. So if you look long enough, usually you can come out with a solution, and it was worth the time he took over that.
This frame determines whether Fu goes 3 up with 4 to play, or Robertson reduces his arrears to a single frame.
This is risky. Well, he did well to get it back to the balk line. That was a risky shot. Probably the only one he could see playing. Just get the feeling at the moment, the last frame took over 31 minutes, Clive, that the pace of this match is just beginning to favour Marco Fu. I just feel that Neil Robertson is better in a more up-tempo game, potting, break building, you know, and the like.
Yes, whereas Fu has been able to switch from long bouts of safety to making a frame-winning break.
Yes, which, judging on this frame, Neil Robertson's been unable to do. His potting's gone off in recent visits, and his safety. But he's taking this one on. Good shot, well played, fully committed.
Yes, and considering the state of the match and the fact that there hasn't been a pot of any kind for 12 minutes, that was a particularly good effort.
9. Sixteen. Seventeen.
A couple more easily available reds.
24.
And then
25.
the problems would start.
Yes, well, maybe they started a little bit sooner than he would have liked, Clive, because he stopped in his tracks there. He's left himself very straight on this black. That's careless. Well, straight enough, he should have had an angle on this just to stun up for the red that's to the right of the blue as we look, for the opposite corner. Shouldn't have been this straight. So having to play for that red into the left middle.
32.
So just when he needed inch perfect position, he's just letting that cue ball run loose. And he has that problem with those 4 reds that are clustered together. He needs to open them up if he's going to win the frame at this visit.
Neil Robertson, 32.
Well, dead basic pot, but somehow it eluded him. Just when he was getting into a promising position in this frame.
Nice, good shot. Looks as though that red would have passed the yellow, but it obviously didn't, otherwise he'd have played the pot. I was wondering if those 2 reds were a plant, but they're not. That wasn't intended, but it's okay. It's safe, but no pressure on Marco Fu to play a better safety shot than that.
Wanted to get the cue ball behind the green. There is a possible half ball long red now for Robertson.
Yeah, he was quite away with it, and that's the type of half chances you need to be knocking in, particularly when you're 4-2 behind. It was a poor safety from Marco, but he wasn't punished. And now he's got this straight red, which he'll be taking on, just building himself up for the shot here. He knows how important this could be. Just good straight cueing. Couldn't be better. Beautifully played.
Or does the top red of the 4 go to the left corner?
Well, it's either that, Clive, or he was looking at the possibility of a 3-ball plant. You would have thought he'd just play for the 1 loose red. Unless he's got an angle on the pink to cannon into the 4 reds, it may be worth the risk. Or, as you say, will that red go, or is it a 3-ball plant? Well, we'll soon know. He can play either. Does the red go, or is it a 3-ball plant? I've got a feeling it could be a 3-ball. Well, it's not a 3-ball plant. If he thinks that's a 3-ball plant, I'm afraid he's wrong. Because the first red is hitting the left-hand side of the second one, and that should push the third one towards this top cushion as we look. So he's just played to get on this loose red. Now he desperately needs an angle. Oh, and I think he's found one. I think he's found one. Although I think the outside one of the 4 will go. But if you could disturb them, surely you'd like to bring them all into play, wouldn't you? But them being so close to the cushion, it's... If you don't go into them hard, you could
14.
knock balls to the cushion. He's still got 13 points to make up, deficit. So it's not the most straightforward of frame winning chances.
$15.
Well, the 2 reds are planned.
Well, he just looked to how close they were. Oh, they're dead set. They're dead set. Everything in the garden is looking rosy at the moment. There's another plant.
$20. $21.
Saving the plant. It's definitely a plant. I mean, okay, he could play to get him behind them, but if it's the plant, why not play for the plant? Well, I suppose when you're hitting it's that nice, that sweet. Why bother?
28.
Couldn't have played that better. Lovely line, perfect length, perfect position.
Doesn't like the straighter red. And that one was more difficult.
Makofu, 28.
For some reason, he never looked confident on the shot, and I don't know why. Maybe he saw something that wasn't obvious to us. And hit it much too full. And seemingly, I know it always appears that way when someone misses a pot, a lot harder than he needed to hit it. He got a 1-point lead, and he doesn't look as though he's left anything. But that's not the best safety shot, that, from Neil, by a long way. No way, being that close to the red, should he have cannoned the green. Unforgivable.
the long pot fails. It might have gone safe but hasn't. So here's Robertson's chance to end his 4-frame losing streak.
One.
Not the best positional shot. He wanted to be straight on the pink. Okay, he could play the blue, but there's a little bit of pressure on that. Pink with the rest is about all he's left with. Well, can he reach over being left-handed? I don't think so. So this is definitely missable because he's under a little bit of pressure here.
Seven. Eight.
Should be simple now.
12. 14.
Robertson missed a very easy ball when he was on 32 early in this frame, and could have lost it.
17.
But for once, Fu missed. And Robertson has done the necessary. So perhaps this success for Robertson will give him new impetus.
32. And the frame, Neil Robertson.
Robertson takes the frame, but still trails by 4 frames to 3. More commentary when the players return. could only have left the red that he attempted. Cracking long pot, but couldn't manage to hold the cue ball for position on a baulk colour.
Michael Fu 1.
And even getting the snooker as tight behind the yellow as that, this may not produce a chance if Robertson can find a route into the left-hand side of the bunch.
Foul and a miss. Michael Fu 5.
Well, tried the 4-cushion escape. But the blue was in the way.
Yeah, it's funny, you know, the blue is always in the middle of the table, isn't it, when it's on its spot? Like when people are going off and they go, that's unlucky, and I go, well, the pocket's always been there.
One.
Yeah, sort of was unsure how he was going to get the cannon off the second red there. Obviously, if he'd have known he was going to catch it like that, he'd have hit it with a bit more pace. I think he was thinking, well, maybe I'll finish on the blue. Anyway, he's on nothing. We'll have to nominate a colour here. He can't see any. Me personally, yellow. When in doubt, nominate the yellow.
Green ball.
Or green. Can he come off the 2 cushions and nestle up behind the green? Now he's going off 1 cushion. Oh, he's hit it. That's the main thing.
Getting the cue ball over the awkward, congested side and to a good length.
Well, I suppose there's a safety shot off the 2 reds that are together. That's the line. Don't want to catch it too thin. Caught it well. I'm going to have to go to Dennis Taylor, you know, and get some instruction how to draw that 3rd line.
I thought you'd draw the line at seeking help from Dennis.
Well, I would draw the line somewhere along the line. Didn't want to risk the pot because he wasn't sure, even if he potted it, where the cue ball was going to finish. He plays a cagey game, does Marco. And the last two frames have been very cagey. Last one nearly 33 minutes, the one before over 31 minutes. It's getting a little bit negative.
You look at the statistics for this match, 2 centuries and 4 more breaks over 60, and you think, oh, fast-moving flurry of breaks, but almost every break has been preceded by a very tight safety exchange.
Yes, and a good safety exchange, as that shot underlines. I think we've got a case here of Marco not wanting to take any risks. And of course, Neil Robertson, with his back against the wall, determined to cut out any unforced errors. Oh, that was a nice fluke. Puts his hand up and apologises. I don't know why players do that, you know. If he'd have finished perfect on the green here, it wouldn't have stopped him potting the green and trying to win the frame from the visit. As you say, off the blue. Apologise, but the green's just not on, I don't think. So trickling up behind it.
Neil Robertson 1.
So it makes it a good fluke anyway. The fact he could lay the snooker.
Examining the possibility of rolling to the red nearest the right corner via the cushion. Needs a delicate little swerve to reach the right part of the cushion. Plus the right hand side to widen the angle off the cushion. Nice shot. the red to left corner. Far too risky for uncertain reward. Unless he can judge a path through other balls, but that looked very difficult. And he chose a better alternative, which was intended to leave the cue ball behind brown and green. Still a decent shot. The connoisseurs will appreciate how skillful these safety exchanges are. The non-connoisseurs would like to see a bit more potting.
Fair comment. It's all part and parcel of the game, but I just feel at the moment that we've got one man in Marco who's not prepared to take a risk. Well, that's put a stop to that with a terrific long pot. And of course the other man who really can't afford any risks. He's trying to fight his way back into this match. And that was a terrific opening red. Now it all depends what angle he's got on the brown here. Could play for a loose red. Well, I think he probably will be. I don't think he can go into them with any great pace. Well, he's trying. He's going to trust to a bit of luck. Well, considering he didn't get anywhere near his intended target, he'll settle for that.
Yet again, unable to leave the cue ball short of the baulk line to continue the break. Well, Robertson deciding on positive action, having dropped on that yellow more or less straight. So it wasn't such a difficult shot, even though the yellow had a long way to travel.
Nine.
Good shot to get on this red. I think it's the only red that's potable at the moment into this right corner anyway.
16.
Don't think there's anything into the right corner, but he's played that really well. Got a nice angle on the the pink, just a stun to that red to the left of the blue. Well, I decided to take a chance and go into them all, and I think he's been
22.
well, definitely a wee bit unlucky.
Neil Robertson, 22.
Now, that long red was much more difficult than the yellow, which was the second shot of the break, because it had a long way to travel and the potting angle was half ball, even slightly less. Well, neither player is going to lose this match for want of thought. And I don't say that in any disparaging spirit, because thought is required in these sort of frames. That was quite a clever choice of shot. Pink would have been on and he potted it. He thought that there would be nothing left if he missed, but Robertson has examined the possibility of sending one red in off another. Maybe Fu should have thought of that.
Good shot. And I think this is the type of play that he needs to do a little bit more of now, Neil. He's got right back in the match. He's only one frame
7.
behind, and just try to make things happen. I do believe that this match, since the second
8.
frame, has been played at Marco Fu's tempo. And this is an opportunity now for Neil Robertson to put a little bit of pressure on Marco.
Yeah, the last 4 frames have been like a lot of 1500 metres, 3 very slow laps, and then a real burn up on the 4th and last lap. In Fu's case, with frame winners of 80, 71, 69 and 100.
Yeah, you say 1500 metres, I think more like 5,000 metres it seemed to me. And I
14.
love a good tactical battle.
Neil Robertson, 14.
Yes, landed on that thinner than intended, which made it more difficult. Robertson leads by 30 as he tries to level at 4-all. No safeties. Back to baulk with a red already in baulk. Pick that one out nicely. And it happened to be at an angle where he wasn't kissing another red.
Five. Six.
Well, I presume he thought playing for the pink would make it easier to get on one of these awkward reds, but not in the position he's left himself now. Overrun that by a good 2 feet. He'll be struggling now to keep this going. Well, is he going to take the green on? It's not been his style so far in the last few frames, but a little bit of frustration maybe. Missed it by a long way now. Has he got position on a red?
Marco for 6.
Don't think he has, so he's been fortunate. I think it's fair to say as well, Clive, that players realise when the game bogged down. I mean, they don't particularly enjoy this type of game. I mean, they'd love to be in around the black, potting balls, making big breaks. And as I say, it's just that neither player has really taken the bull by the horns here. Well, Neil's having a close look at this. Can he get past the blue for this red to the left corner? It didn't look likely. Well, maybe he could. Whatever. He went for it. And he's missed it.
Yes, he was always struggling to hit that thick enough. He overcut it.
1.
Not a straightforward frame winning opportunity, but a possible.
Would have liked to have been on the red above the black as we look, but I don't know whether he...
7.
If he's straight enough on the one just above the blue, he can roll it in and play for the blue in the opposite corner. And he's not. He can stun behind the blue for the blue in the same pocket, but then that makes the blue a tricky pot. Couple of good shots needed here, but if you can sort them out, and if you can knock them in, it's definitely a frame winning chance here.
Eight.
He'd like to have left the blue straighter. Screwed back a little too sharply.
Into a slightly blind pocket, but I think he's looked at where he wants to hit the blue. I think you've got to fully commit to these. Just fully commit. Give the blue every chance to go in. Well, I thought that was in. Just a fraction wide. So for those of you who say these pockets on these match tables bigger than they are in your clubs, Have a look at that one. That fell in the snooker club.
1. Six.
Well, just red black would be enough.
7.
That black leaves Fu needing 1 snooker.
14.
This yellow would leave him needing 2.
16. 19.
Robertson's had to battle very hard to come back from 4-2 down to 4-all. The 2 frames between them have taken an hour. And the match
Neil Robertson, 19. And
touches 3 hours as Fu concedes, and the contest levels at 4-all. Well, Robertson didn't win those 2 frames in his usual style by any means, but the position of the balls didn't allow it, and to get anywhere at this level of snooker you have to be able to play all types of frames, and he played those 2 predominantly tactical frames pretty well.
Yes, the type of frames that I would have favoured Marco. So Marco Fu's got a little bit to think about now. He did very well to win 4 frames on the spin after Neil won the first 2 frames, so they 4-2. And now we're at 4 each. Anyone's match, and I still wouldn't like to put my money on either player here. It's a very close encounter. I think it's the one who makes the least mistakes. That's the way it looks to be going.
Thank you. Frame 9, Neil Robertson to break. Quickly, please.
He doesn't want that one back. exactly what he attempted. Couldn't get the cue ball away to balk.
A good pot. He probably thought he was going to kiss into the second red. And if he'd have caught it a bit fuller, it would probably have been on the black nicely. But the red's gone over the corner. Cut on the blue. Doesn't have to do a lot with the cue ball. Just pot the blue. That red will be there over the right corner. He's having to dig in a little bit, so maybe he feels as though he may run in off. Made the pot more difficult, but he played it well. Good shot.
Six. Seven.
Just didn't pot that red as he would have liked. The reason I say that, because in potting it, he just caught the jaw of the pocket, which has kept this cue ball closer to the side cushion than would be ideal. He's got a little bit of work to do here to get on the next red. I don't think it's straightforward.
Having to dig in to get the necessary spin. Nicely done.
Yeah, that's a tough shot. Now that's two balls he's potted when he was digging in, as we say. And controlled that really well. Perfect cannon, perfectly on this red.
15. Twenty-two. Twenty-three. 28.
Well, if he was thinking of disturbing something off this black, he's got it to do now, because he's not got the perfect angle at all for a disturbing shot. Trying to force it in, and well, he's left himself a red on to the right corner.
36.
Forced it, the angle, to come off the top cushion. Usually you don't get enough pace to open up the reds like you would like, but he'll settle for that. Don't know with this type of red, I think sometimes you're better off going back up the table for the blue, because I think this is the only red that he's brought into play. And it'd be nice if you could get a nice angle on the blue to play the cannon into the reds again.
$37.
And that is absolutely perfect. That's an excellent shot. Good thinking, good positional shot. Pot the blue, cannon into the cluster. Needs a little bit of luck, as you always do. But if they break right, it could be a frame winner.
Well, not the greatest.
It just lacked pace, didn't it? It just lacked pace. Perfect, he hit it. Just didn't hit it hard enough.
Marco Fu, 42.
The awkward red to middle fails. Fu having built up a lead of 42. Easy red starter for Robertson. And 5 of the reds, 6 of the reds in promising positions. So he should get right back into this frame.
Yeah, it would obviously be a lot easier if the black was available into the left corner. He's had a very good look at it. It's an automatic positional shot to play for the black in the left corner, but if it doesn't go, he's got quite a bit to do with the cue ball. It's tight. They always do that, don't we? We're having a look behind the pocket. They always come in front of it. Very inconsiderate. He's having another look. I don't think it goes in all the pocket, but it goes in 3/4 of it. I say, if he doesn't play for the black, to play for any other colour off the red to the right middle, he's going to be very difficult. I think you just got to take a chance. If he gets straight on the black, he won't miss it. It's his choice. There you go. Coming up to 1.5 minutes. So he's decided to play for the now. He's not straight on this black. So he's got to believe, he's got to convince himself that it goes. He's played for it. 3/4 of the pocket to go at. It's one of those, when they go right in the middle of the pocket, you think, well, what was he concerned about? But just a fraction to the right jaw as we look, and he's going to flick the red, and the black won't go in. It's very tight. Got to be very precise.
Not only a good putt, but a good positional cannon.
9.
Bringing another red into play.
Yeah, it's big odds against him winning the frame at this visit. Came to the table 42 points behind. But he'll be just pleased to have the opportunity to get right back in it, which he's every chance to. As I say, winning the frame at this visit, highly unlikely.
$50. 16. 23. 24.
Well,
Oh dear.
he's developed one more red, but at the cost of losing prime position. And
31.
Michaela, for once, dropping one of the reds, like an errant slip fielder.
Neil Robertson, 31.
So that was the trouble. Robertson developed a red, but left only difficult pots on other reds.
1.
Yes, and you have to say, for such a good potter, eventually the red he's finished up missing. If he'd have got it in the jaws of the pocket, it wouldn't have left anything. He got nowhere near the pocket, and that's why it came down the table, kissed the cue ball, and finished up a nice easy starter. I mean, that wasn't even close.
8.
Not even in the jaws. Poor shot for a potter of his ability.
9.
Examining the possibility of leaving himself on the easy red in such a way as to develop the other one.
There's 20 points the lead at the moment. Well, that's a nice little shot. Now, how can he get
14.
to the snooker's required stage? 25 ahead, 51 remaining, with just 2 reds rather than 3. The only way you can do that is to not play for bought colours off the last 2 reds. Or only one of them. Well, you can play for the blue there nicely.
15.
Has he run just a fraction too far? He'd love just to drop the blue in and drop on that red by the yellow. £26 points the lead. The blue will make him 31 points the lead. So off the next red, he needs brown or above to get to the snooker's required stage. He's tried a cannon and he's not got it. He just run too far with his position on the blue. If it had been straighter on the blue, he could have just rolled the blue in and been not on the red. He's tried to develop the red. He's still got a chance of a pot. I think it'll pass the brown into the far right corner. And that'll encourage him to play it because the cue ball will be coming back down this end of the table. He's looking for a red and a reasonable size colour. Good shot. Is he going to be on the black? That cue ball needs to bounce. It's bounced enough.
So this is the ball that would leave Robertson needing a snooker. Which leaves Robertson needing one snooker to tie. And
29.
With the double at that unusual angle disappearing by intent, Fu removes all remaining doubt about the outcome of the frame. A frame of much thought and no little skill.
36 and the flip.
But with that 36 break, Fu clinches it to go one up with two to play at 5-4. More commentary when the players return.
Thank you. Frame 10, Michael Fu to break.
just too difficult to attempt anything positive there. But he's played the containing safety poorly.
One. Six.
Well, he's on this red. Not certain how he got on it. Well, he treats it as a sign. Because in potting this red, the reason I say that, if he pots this red, now he's come the perfect angle, cannons that red to the left of the black. Then he brings the black into play and chance of a sizable break. No way he could have played to be on the red like this. Is it worth the risk? It is, and he's got it, and he's on the black, and now a reasonable chance.
Fourteen. 15. 22. 23.
It's been a good game, this, despite all the safety. Both players have a pot success rate over 90%. Which shows that all that safety hasn't blunted their potting to any significant extent when a chance has come along.
31.
But my, how they've had to work for their chances sometimes. Didn't mean to cannon that red, intended to leave it to right corner.
Yeah, he's putting his hand up in a little bit of despair, but did he get... Well, he didn't look like he got a thickish contact, and if he didn't, well, maybe he needed a tracer right-hand side on the cue ball.
Great recovery.
Yeah, he's tried a few of those and they've not worked out, particularly one in the last frame, which cost him, but he played that well. And he's got a nice angle on the black. I don't know what loose threads are available, if any. He's played the one to this right corner. This is it. He played one in the last frame when he was in and decided to play for a red to the top, but he didn't get in the jaws on that one and finished up leaving it. But that one he executed very well. There's just, after this red, there's just the one loose red. So he may be looking for an angle here on the black, or you wouldn't think he'd want to screw up for the blue. It'd be hard to judge Getting the right angle on the blue, but he's a little bit straighter than he would have liked on this red anyway. Well, he did try to go up for the blue, and as I say, that was always going to be hard to judge the pace. So he needs a good shot now. As I say, coming too straight, didn't fancy leaving himself on the black to play the cannon. So a good shot needed now off this blue. That's a possibility. Ooh, needed a bit more side. We may still be on a red. The loose one on the left-hand side. He's got on it.
Well, it was a bonus. It always is when you drop on something, when you're intending to drop on something else. That is end of break, though.
Yeah, he just tried to, I'm not saying be a little bit too clever there, because he felt as though he was going to run through and probably kiss the black full in the face, which in the end he did anyway. But he's just trying to stun off the res just to try and keep the cue ball straight. It didn't work. Nice lead though, 53 points. Can't really put Marco in any trouble here, so maybe just putting the black tight against the top cushion will do.
Neil Robertson.
Makes it a little bit awkward. So a nice lead, 53 points in front. Still a possible 83 left on the table, so Neil's a couple of reds, couple of colours short of the winning line. There's a possibility here. I think there's a red 2 down from the pink. I think it may go in the left corner. If it does, why not play the pot? It'd be a shot for nothing. If it went in with his 53-point lead. But he's not playing it. He's playing safe. And that's not good enough. There's the brown coming to his rescue. Well, for the red to the left corner it has. But there's one to the right corner. Poor length on that safety.
So with one good pot here, Fu could get right back into it. It looks as if he's going to have to dig down in potting the blue to avoid cannoning the green.
Yeah, but it's a shot he's played very well, hasn't he? A couple of times this evening. I was just thinking the same thing myself. He's looking for a way maybe he doesn't have to dig down and get the cue ball in and out of board, but it doesn't look as though he can just roll the blue in. Well, looks as though the pink's on as well, to the right corner. Bit more pressure on this one. He needs to get this, otherwise he loses the frame. Good shot, right in the middle of the pocket. Now, where does the pink go? It'd be lovely for Marco if it went on the black spot.
7.
Oh, well, you couldn't have wished for anything better than that. This is a great opportunity now. I know there's that was a terrific pot, believe me. Never touched the side. This is an opportunity now to take frame and match. I know he came to the table 53 points behind, but early on in the match, particularly from frame 3 onwards, he's always looked capable of dishing up from situations like this. It's a big chance, this.
Is he far enough?
13.
Don't think he is, looking at his body language, Clive. Well, that would be most disappointing. Does that red go through the gap? Well, you can be the judge now. What do you think? Well, it's not all the pocket to go at. First impression? I'd say no.
Pulled out a very good alternative, but very unlucky to catch the middle pocket jaw in that way.
But very lucky to catch the green in the other way. I mean, catching the green has well, I'm surprised he's not playing the brown here. Well, green will do. Brings him nicely down on the reds. I mean, when he's played the cut, he must have thought he was going to go very close to the middle pocket, and having hitting the middle pocket jaw to kiss the green full ball and leave himself on the green was a bit fortunate, but it was a good pot on the red, so I take nothing away. I'm not saying he was lucky or anything like that, but once he was playing that, it was always going to be close, but to catch the green full in the face was a bonus. And that good chance I was talking about is firmly back on.
$24. 25.
Match-winning clearance in prospect. Wouldn't need the black. All other balls eminently potable.
31.
Yeah, should have been a bit straighter on this red. May have to go back up for the blue. Yes, straighter. You see, the right-hand side red, if he runs that through to play for the pink again, he could nudge the other red towards the side cushion. So he wants to keep these reds in the open. That's why he's playing the left-hand side one and going up for the blue. Where's the cue ball going?
Well, Marco Fu 31, Neil Robertson 4.
Just got into the cue ball a little too much. Well, the way was clear to a winning clearance, but for that in off. bad mistake at such a juncture.
Yeah, just looking at Marco's expression there, he thought of everything but that. Couldn't knock the red in. Oh, well, I was thinking it might come off the cushion and go behind the brown. It's flicked the yellow and gone back behind the yellow. 26 points in it. Neil Robertson just looking for a red and a colour. Needs to get this safe, Marco. Well, it's a good hit. If it doesn't kiss the yellow, well, it has done. But even so, it's close enough to the cushion to make this a difficult pot. So Marco's not out of this frame just yet.
Robertson still needs a red and a colour. And that wasn't the time to attempt the red when he had such a good safety alternative. Michaela Tab having a very good look at the juxtaposition of the balls in case she does have to replace balls. Somehow or other the cue ball crawled on and behind the yellow. Played that cushion first. Wasn't attempting to hit it direct.
I think if it wasn't the fact that in trying to cut this red in he may kiss the black, Marco would take this red on. Well, he wasn't kissing the black and that's why he took it on, and he's coming round nicely. Needs to miss the brown, but it's okay. 25 points behind, colour, and then 27 points remaining. He has now become favourite to take this frame and the match.
Robertson hoping that he hasn't played his last shot in this year's Masters. Oh.
Well, of all the places in all the world,
4.
he had to finish up there. If he can't get through to the middle of the cue ball, this is a very difficult shot. The hardest shot in the game is to have to play with side on because another ball's in your way. This is very tricky. Very tricky, that.
Marco Fu 4.
Oh, what a result. What a second prize he got there.
Well, Fu's had a couple of chances to complete match-winning clearances.
Fail and a miss. Marco Fu 5.
Yes, Marco had no hesitation in asking Michaela to put it back, and the reason being, of course, is because not only did he miss the yellow, Neil, but he
Is
put
that
the
one?
blue
Yeah,
safe,
okay.
or in a safest position. Marco needs that blue in open play. And he's still got a problem, Neil, to get this safe. Oh, he'll be happy with that. He'll be more than happy with that.
The run of the ball, so important in an exchange like this, with the match hanging in the balance.
Good hit, didn't thrash at it. Thought if I catch it half ball on the left hand side, send it up and the green and brown will stop it going in the right corner, and that's exactly what the case is. And that's not too good from Neil, although it's run on, and in the end the pink's the snookering ball, which was not the intended one, I assure you. Well, it's another chance for Neil Robertson now. 17 points the lead. Looking at the scoreboard, he needs the yellow, green and the brown to take us into a decider.
Well, nerves playing a part, and also the run of the ball. Robertson got nowhere near the pot, but has fluked the snooker. Couldn't expect anything much better from that escape, from Fu's point of view. Fu has a chance to go for this. He won't be canning another ball, and it's a pretty natural run to position on the green. But there is distance involved, there is tension involved, and it's difficult on those counts.
Yeah, and just a little bit of work to do with the cue ball. Just got a stun to widen the angle off two cushions. Well, and in the end, he just played it plain ball. That was never the way to play it for me, and he'd be lucky if he's not left this yellow. Ooh, and he may just be lucky, you know.
There's a par through, but the cue ball is very close to the baulk cushion, and it looks a certain cannon on the black.
Well, I don't think he'll cannon the black. I think he'll play the pot. One thing you want to do, if you're going to miss it, hit it too thin. Well, in the end, he decided to play it onto the black, and that's an excellent shot. And a little tap on the table from Neil. He appreciated that one. Well played.
Robertson knows that he's within one mistake of going out of the Masters. Certainly didn't intend that double kiss. But the black is goalkeeping.
Yes, there's no way the yellow will go past the black. There's two ways of playing this. You can play a bounce the yellow off the top cushion and run the cue ball behind the black, or play it a little bit firmer and send the yellow ball to the baulk cushion. Well, I couldn't have played it that way, but I'll tell you what, I might not have played it that way, but I bet Marco's glad he did. Can't believe that was the right way to play it, but he's got near in all kinds of... He can hit a bit of the yellow, but there's no value. He's got to come off the top cushion and hit it. If he just hit the yellow as he could, he'd going off. It could have been worse.
Well, that was a tough shot, but at least from Fu's point of view, the yellow has run safe.
Yes, when Marco was eyeing up this yellow, well, it was a lot closer to the pocket, but remember the one he knocked down the cushion, the red, against Ronnie O'Sullivan in the final of the Grand Prix. Anyway, he took a chance on the double near. Both players are having the same here. They seem to be having a go at most things, and if they don't get it, getting it safe. And Marco with a big problem here, because it's not the type of shot you can play off two cushions, come behind it. It's a one cushion. He's got to hit this good to get it safe. He's got to hit it. Now, is this going to be a free ball?
Neil Robertson, 4.
No free ball. Personally, I'd have it replaced. As I say, this is a difficult shot. It's not a natural to come off the side cushion because the black's half in the way. So he was trying to make the angle there, trying to square it up off the cushion. But because the yellow's so tight to the top cushion, you can't come off the two cushions and then kick the yellow up the table and the cue ball stay there. He'll do very well to get it safe, and he's running out of points here. He's already 21 points behind. Well, he managed to hit it, but it's not safe. Yellow and green needed for the Australian.
It's green for 5-all then. Robertson thought for a moment that the cue ball might creep behind the blue. A very tense and dramatic frame this. Fu did have a couple of chances to clear it from behind, but couldn't take them. There were a lot of twists and turns.
Neil Robertson, 9 and the 4.
But it's Neil Robertson who has levelled the match at 5-all. It's all on the 11th frame. Back with that when the players return to the arena.
Thank you. The final frame. Neil Robertson to break.
It's taken 3 hours, 50 minutes playing time to reach 5-all. We've had breaks, including a couple of centuries. We've had some great safety exchanges. And each player has experienced a kind and unkind run of the ball at times.
So all things being equal, we're at 5 apiece. But now we are going to get someone who's going to feel a little bit aggrieved, or someone who's going to feel quite happy that they're going to get through to the quarter-final of this great tournament here at Wembley. There's the cue ball. It's okay. Always looked as though it was a close match, this. I didn't ever see anybody as being an outstanding favourite. Although I must admit, when Neil Robertson won the first 2, then Marco won the next 4, it looked like Marco had got on top of him. But fair play to the Aussie. He stuck in there, as they usually do, these Australians, don't they? First mistake by Marco Fu.
Fu undone by the double kiss.
1.
Chance perhaps just to give the bunch a little bit of a stir while retaining position on the red already loose, or could choose to wait. Played that in a very controlled way.
8. 9.
Yes, and that little stirring of the bunch, as you so nicely put it, Clive, has developed at least 3 reds. As always, though, in a deciding frame, it's just about keeping yourself together. Play one shot at a time.
16.
Don't get too far ahead of yourself.
$17. $24. $25.
Sure. Fu hoping that Robertson isn't going to win this deciding frame in a single visit, and that could well be determined by what happens when, in a couple of shots' time, Robertson has to open the bunch. Both players
32.
over 90% in pot success rate,
33.
which is very satisfactory.
Just overcooked that. There was a red on the left-hand side of that cluster that was available
40.
into the right corner. He may just be able to still cut it in, but he overdid that. The cue ball needed to stop there, and it ran on that extra 18 inches. As I say, he can still cut this in, but he should have been nice on it. And this was the last of the potable reds. But it's a good pot now. Can he get on a colour to develop something? Not
31.
really. Not really. He's knocked the brown into a potable position, but, well, it'd be an exhibition shot to try and pot the brown and cannon into the reds. If the blue wasn't in the middle of the table, maybe you could do it. Just have a look if there's a plant, a possibility. He can cut. Well, it's not on. A little bit of gap between the 2 reds, so maybe it could be made, but how does he get the cue ball down at this end? Because potting the brown will take him down the left-hand side of the table as we look. Well, he's decided to put one of the
Neil Robertson,
bought colours
41.
safe with a 41-point lead. Some merit in that, I suppose.
The outcome of this safety duel is going to be very important, because Robertson needs only to get in with another 35 or so and he's won, whereas Fu needs that sort of break simply to get back into it.
Yes, and that was a poor safety shot. The only thing good about it is he's got a good length tight under the baulk cushion, and he'll be running into other reds, so needs to get this. And a flick off the pink and a flick off the blue, and nicely on the blue. So, chance to get right back in this frame now for Marco. Here we go. It flicked the pink and then nicely flicked the blue, leaving him perfect. It's not the type of situation really you'd think that
6.
Marco would be looking to play this red and play for the black along the top cushion. But I'm not certain what the alternatives are. Or maybe he can run round for the pink into the right middle. Wouldn't really want to be playing for the black because the black's missable.
Seven.
Well, he played the run round of 2 cushions but not played it well. In fact, I get the feeling he's half stunned it, trying to play it off of the 1 cushion. Whatever, poor positional shot. Not on the pink as he would have liked. Tough shot coming up. Looks as though if he played that with topspin, he could have run round off the 2 cushions. He looked as though he was trying to stun it to make the angle. Whatever, he didn't play it well. A nice pot on the pink, but of course having to put so much effort in potting the pink, couldn't really concentrate on position, and at the moment I can't see what red he's on.
13. Michael Fu, 13.
Didn't make the most of that opportunity. He'll be disappointed there. And I expected him to, well, I was expecting to get the points nearly level in this frame from that chance. 13 just wasn't enough.
Well, there is an obvious safety off the bunch, but it's just a little bit loose, and on such a fast running cloth he could easily leave a red on from distance.
Yeah, I was having a look at Hawkeye there, and I wondered whether he could get to the potting angle of this red on the right hand side of the table. Anyway, he obviously doesn't feel he can, so he's playing the safety. Needs a good length with the cue ball. Needs to miss the yellow. Well, he just flicked it. He'll be happy with that. Close enough to the ball cushion to make any shot difficult now for Marco.
The intrinsic difficulty of any shot multiplied by the context, i.e. a deciding frame.
Well, in the end, and fair play to him, he couldn't see a safety. He went all out for the pot. And he knocked it in. He must have known he was going to kiss the pink like that. But he thought that was the only way I can keep my opponent off the table was by potting that red, and he did. And good luck to him. Good shot. Now, I just wonder if he'll think about playing safe off the green here. This is the green that Neil Robertson put safe a few shots ago. Marco needs all the balls in play. Oh.
Michael Fu, 1.
Pity. Pity. Just didn't play it well enough there. at least get the cue ball tight on the baulk cushion.
Tough pot, even for such a good long potter as Robertson, particularly in a deciding frame. Robertson has potted 2/3 of his long pots, as has Fu. Pretty decent, that.
Yeah, he's going for this as well, Marco, into the right corner. He'll flick off the other reds, go back up for blue or pink. But nowhere near the pot. Chances are that that could be his last shot in this year's Saga Insurance Masters. Positive thinking, but not the right result. It's a thin one, this, but he must feel he can cut it in, because his other reds he could have a go at. The one in the middle of the table, for example.
Isn't it difficult to get over the line?
Well, in all honesty there, Clive, I think he should have got the rest. You know, stretching like that for such an important shot, you really want to be comfortable. So Marco's chances have not come to an end.
One.
Although he's overhit this somewhat. There's a little bit of adrenaline now and tension getting in the arm. He played for blue or pink in the left middle, overrun it by at least 3 foot.
Well, the blue looks like a natural cannon into the yellow, but it may be just off that. Well, we'll never know now, because it's a different angle. If the red is potted, or if the blue is potted or not.
Yeah, pity. He'll be disappointed. It was a positional shot that did him. And as you say, he's probably thinking about that cannon on the yellow and trying to avoid that. Missed the pot. So 26 points to lead here, Neil Robertson. Looking at the situation at the table, he's going to need 3, I would have thought, of these remaining reds. So it's not that straightforward.
One.
He's got the cue ball a little bit too far from the action, so to speak.
Well, yeah, it was such a good pot, but he made certain that if it didn't go in, he was going to be playing it as a shot for nothing. And after the red, that's what he was on. Absolutely nothing.
Neil Robertson, 1.
He plays the yellow to a safe position on the side cushion, reducing the possibility of Fu clearing up in 1.
Nicely played that from Marco, playing the cushion first. Knew that at that pace the cue ball would be running through to the top cushion, and it's safe enough.
Well, played the cue ball across like that because if the red did finish in the vicinity of the ball pocket, green and brown would be covering it.
He's got to be careful here, Marco, because that red near that far right corner will cut in. Needs a good white here. Well, it's not the best of whites for me. I don't suppose he could have done much better with it, but you just get the feeling that that red over the far right corner will cut.
One.
But still not on a colour to clinch frame and match, and the cue ball from that thin cut could hardly have finished more awkwardly for Robertson. With the thin cut and the cue ball whizzing up and down the table, he was unlucky to finish quite as badly as that.
Yes, and he doesn't really want to play safe off the green. The green's tied up, suits him. I think he can get through to the blue though. Oh yes, so just play off the blue and leave the cue ball near this top cushion. It's not the ideal shot, but I can't see anything else.
Neil Robertson, one.
Well, half a chance for Fu, but at this stage it's a difficult one.
Yes, and what makes it more difficult, he's not guaranteed to be on a colour. And I know you might not think that's important, but when you're playing a shot and you're not certain where the cue ball's going to finish, it just takes your eye off the pot. I think if he was potting this and running into brown and green, he'd play it a bit more positive. Well, he's got it. You see, it was one of them, and okay, we can now say he could have played it a bit harder, but there was a lot of pressure on the pot, and he, as I say, wasn't guaranteed. If he played it any harder, he could have run past the blue and finished on nothing. I suppose if it's not an in-off in the left middle, could roll the pink into the far left corner pocket and hold for the red near the baulk line. But he's saying no, I'm going to hit the black on the right hand side as we look, and snooker Neil on both reds and bring the black into play, which he will need at some stage. Well, has he left the gap? Oof, it just shows you, doesn't it? You can't believe it. I think there's just a gap. Mind you, it's not the red that Neil wanted to play safe off, in all fairness. The one that's close to the baulk cushion. And he's got to catch this just right. Cue ball, where's it going?
Well, that made a big difference.
What a difference it did make. Absolutely. And that's why we say about fractions. If that cue ball drops in, I'm not saying Marco Fu would have won the frame from it, because the yellow's the awkward ball, but dear me, he'd have been a lot shorter price than he is now.
That was a good shot.
I echo those sentiments. It's one of them, and I hate this the line, but it's a shame he's got to be a loser, really, isn't it? They've put so much effort into this match, and it's come down to this.
So much thought, so much concentration has gone into this match, which has been running 4 hours, 15 minutes.
Well, obviously Marco can't just slip off one of these reds and bring the cue ball back towards the black, because if he could have done, he'd have played it by now. And as I'm not at that end of the table, I haven't really got a clue what he can play here. He can't knock one red to this end and leave the cue ball at the balk end, because then he'll be in big trouble. This is a very difficult shot.
Which he's already been studying for a minute and 10 seconds.
Well, he's played that shot. It's a little bit risky to play it, but it looks as though he's played it pretty well. What you'd be worried about with that shot, if there was any way that Neil could just push the red down the table and leave the cue ball behind brown and green, but the angle he's left, he can't do that.
Oh, almost fluked it, but in fact that shot from Robertson has knocked everything on.
You know, I was just going to say, when he was raising the butt of his cue, I was going to say this could go horribly wrong, but in all fairness, how has this red gone up and down and just missed the brown, flicked the green and finished right over the corner pocket? And as you say, every ball now on and possible. This game never ceases to amaze. Nice control screw there from Marco. I suppose you could only say that the difficulty will be that the green and brown are at opposite ends of the table. That's why I'd be tempted, I must be honest, I'd be tempted to leave the blue near the middle pocket.
Yeah, sorry John, I was just going to say yes, because if you pop the brown, the blue's available more or less from anywhere.
Yeah, even though
7.
knocking the blue in the middle pocket would have made the yellow available for one more pocket. But yeah, absolutely, leave the blue there so you wouldn't have to do a lot with the brown. But there's going to be many a slip, twixt cup and lip here, I'm a feeling.
Fu still 20 behind. Well, that's improved the position of the brown, not that it really needed to, but every little helps. Which is the best ball to get on the yellow? Brown gets it back on the balk line, adjacent to green.
Played that very bad, didn't he? Didn't really get into it at all. I assume, the way he played it, that the yellow would have passed the blue into the left middle. But it just... I mean, I know we say they get excessive bounces off the cushion, but there's nothing to do with that. As soon as he hit it, he knew he hadn't got into the cue ball. Just 15 points in it now.
Marker for 12.
Didn't play the pot there. Played the safety. And it's alright in a fashion. You always think, would your opponent be tempted into playing a cut like this? I wouldn't have thought so, because safety comes snooker behind the green looks automatic here. But sometimes you never know what a potter like Neil Robertson can fancy. It's all on this yellow anyway, on that I'm certain. Whoever pots the yellow, I fancy winning this match. That was his opportunity to get the snooker behind the green. Missed it. Does this yellow pass the pink to the left corner? Marco's had a close look. If it doesn't, it's an easy enough safety. Obviously didn't go, and as I say, easy enough safety. He just overcut it onto the side cushion, and he could not have played this any better. Advantage Fu.
Difficult hit.
Absolutely, Clive. And it's one of those you could see quite a few points being given away in fouls. If the shoe was on the other foot and it was Marco in this position, you could feel that he might need snookers before he hit it. But it's Neil Robertson who has a 15-point lead. It's a tough, tough hit, this. And of course, the whole problem is not so much hitting it, can you get it safe? Good hit. Can you get it safe? Has the pink come to your rescue? No.
So can Fu clear up to win?
2.
Surely he will, if he can dispatch this green with the aid of the rest. He's got to bump it a bit. But very smoothly struck. Surely, if he keeps his head now, he'll go through to the quarterfinals.
Yes, but he needs the 4 remaining colours, and the black's not on its spot like it normally would be.
9.
Don't get me wrong, Clive, I agree with you, but when that cue ball starts running up and down the table, particularly in key moments like this, things can go wrong. It's been a great match.
Which looks like ending in disappointment for Robertson. Excellent positional shot. Fu keeping an admirably cool head. And after 4 hours 25 minutes play, that's how it ends. In the early stages, we had some great break making, 2 centuries, 4 more breaks over 60. The latter frames produced some exceptional tactical play and some long frames, 4 of more than half an hour's duration. But it's Fu goes through, the winner, by 6 frames to 5.